Sorry about the delay. We're going to put on the Karen Reed case in 1 sec. All right. Sorry, guys. Hello. All right. Me there? All right. All right, cool. Here we are. We're good. Who is this? I'm going to fucking go off on this guy. Again, I said this on the show last night, and I'll say it again. Do not message me about your theories. Like, new rule. If you message me about your theories about the case or ask me, like, did you notice this? Did you see this? Oh, my gosh. Or can you tell me what this? Can you explain this to me? Insta block. Insta block. Like, that message is not getting through enough. Some guy just texted me and said, I don't have this person in my phone. And they're saying, dude, I know you don't want texts. Stop right there. Just then don't text. But I'm not sure you see every email. Oh, I do. I do see every email. I just didn't get back to you on purpose. That was by design. I didn't get back to you. And you couldn't take a fucking clue. You couldn't take a fucking hint. Okay? The picture in the taillight, are they fucking dumb? It's clearly placed over a footprint. And they're like talking to me about this. I don't give a fuck. I don't need to have an individual conversation with every single fucking person who follows me about this fucking
all persons have any business before the honorable
I'm done. Done. Insta block.
So I named you.
I'll explain what happened during the latest
Massachusetts
trial.
The court is now open. May be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jules.
I'll explain that. I get
This
the whole
is better.
live
It's
stream
better
about it.
start.
It's
I appreciate
just
everybody
watch
being
it,
ready.
and that way you don't have to.
Today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you very much. Can we bring Lieutenant Rae in, please?
Michelle said that she is recording during the case down here, and she's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Morning.
Thank
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant, Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up on screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect to this video, if you could just remind the jury where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass, John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this. Now, Lieutenant Rae, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your cruiser.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed the.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
I have since reviewed this video and I can tell that there is a.
Okay, the objection sustained.
There's a what?
Continue.
Now, during the course of
No, he's got to ask the question differently.
during the course of your well-being check, where is it around the residence that you
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and we were seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. You can stop it there, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Yeah, they never revisited. Katie
Now,
Kelly's
with reference
injury.
to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that, did you note within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there's 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that that you noted anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave, are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 159. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you this. Now, Lieutenant Rae, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there.
Again, we talked about this last night, how it's the side. His camera, it doesn't see the side, this part right here. They can't see all that on this side of the car. because of the way it's angled right behind it. It's the biggest nothing burger.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I can have the next video, 160. If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Oh, thank you, Mark.
Yes,
What do you recognize?
Watch last night.
that's me entering, exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
No, there's a new one, Ray. I think Lieutenant Ray. Another useless video. I mean, seriously. Fuck is this?
Ms. Gilman, could I have exhibit 5?
What the fuck are they showing right now?
And from that, could I have video number 18?
By the way, if anyone else wants
Just pause it.
to have their messages read,
Lieutenant, do you recognize what's
think
picked
the
up on the
top
screen
is
now?
Turtle Chat,
Yes,
or
What do you recognize that?
$sign Uncle Turtle Boy.
one of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it.
Sorry. Yeah. Like, what is the point of this?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video,
What's the
19.
point of this? What, if anything, that John's kids aren't answering the door? Cool. Cool. All right. They cracked the
Pause it
case.
there.
That's Kearney's guilty.
Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you look at the house from the front would be the left.
Nothing.
To see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ms. Killen. You can take that down, and Mr. Officer, if we could have excuse me, if we could have the lights back on, so. Thanks, sir. And Lieutenant Rae, just lastly, once you left residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is so stupid. This is just the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life that we're doing this. Fucking murder. Only Adam Lally could find a way to make this boring.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay? So
Mr.
that
Kennedy?
was a waste of.
The defense has no questions.
You are all set, sir. Thank you.
All right, so Jackie Dougal's back. Who's next? Finally. Who do we got?
Your next witness, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
Michael Camerano. Okay, now we're getting to that. That's a good point. I just saw somebody. I like this point. So yeah, the police supposedly heard her say, "I did it," and then they see her car and they don't check it out for a broken.
Your Honor, if I may, while the witness is coming in, may we approach?
Sure.
Be right back. Working out. There it is. Ah. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm looking for aspirin. I got a headache. So here's the deal. So I don't have to address this 5 million times because I already did a live about it. So I went to whatchamacallit, the courthouse today. I got a press pass. And obviously Grant Smith Ellis made it clear he's gonna try not to let me in. And he had said that he saved all these seats for the Boston Globe and the Herald and stuff like that. Well, I actually got there before the Globe and the Herald, and he tried offering Flint from the Herald, "Oh, I saved you a seat here." Flint didn't ask him to save him a seat. And so he's like, "I don't want to get involved." And he was behind me because he got there after me. And, but the problem was there's 10 other seats. And so it went, and a lot of them were unfilled. I was the 7th human being there, but the guy from WHDH said he was being paid $80 an hour to be there, to just sit in a chair. So we're doing that too. Now I know how the game is played. I'm going to complain to the woman who's in charge about this and tell you this should not be the way it is, right? The Boston Globe and the Boston Herald didn't get in today. Gretchen Voss did. Gretchen Voss doesn't have an employer. She doesn't have a job. She's a freelancer who wrote one story on this for Boston Magazine. That's it. She's not working on a story. She's literally just a spectator. So she had a person sit in a chair and wait for her. And she was in front of me. She didn't have to get, she can just mosey up. So she had someone wait for her. And I guess my point here is if Gretchen Voss has a support system, then I need a support system. So what we're going to do is tomorrow, I want to go Friday. I plan on going on Friday. We need to organize seat sitters. We're going to be first in line. If this is how the game is played, we're going to win the game.
It's not clicking with Ray. You saw this with the Administrative Court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Thank you. Just need you to really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Hey, sir, if you want that microphone to adjust around to whatever's comfortable, okay? And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13.
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. You recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kirk Roberts, how do you know Kirk Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kirk Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes,
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave,
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what if anything was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes,
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention.
Show counsel.
I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
Just as far as specifically with reference to page, starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly in a couple of minutes.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerano or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, before I do that, Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit the full, essentially, elected exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 48. Thank you.
Mr. Camerano, bring your attention back to page 187 of that document. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation? On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, so just from page 187. From
My wife.
your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Already have to keep.
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this to the jury as well?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you. Read my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I believe it's 48.
Yes,
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
These are Facebook.
And if you can tell from the
No.
content or from anything else on the page for you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie,
Is.
my wife?
From within.
Oh, no, I'm communicating.
How are they putting this guy's number?
Sorry,
there?
excuse me.
So there's a from and a to, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And so the sender would be in the from, is that your understanding?
Yes,
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you, is that correct?
correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down. And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
I mean, seriously,
Ms. Gilman, if you could
where
scroll
the
down.
fuck is this going? I mean, what a way, dude, this is a goddamn exciting murder trial.
And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The next green bubble, what, if anything, does that say? And who is it from?
From John.
He's probably going to
Sweet.
say something
Congrats, Madeline.
about like breaking up or
Is
something.
that your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is this?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Yeah. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And the next bubble,
I know.
and who is that from?
It's from my wife, Kate.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me. I am sure she is freaking out.
If you could scroll down again, please. And the next bubble, sir, who is it from and what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach on just a,
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't,
Mr. Camerano, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
so, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to within the same exhibits, page 156.
So bored.
And so just before we get to that, on this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend, take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct, with at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on a Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
What are you asking?
May I approach, John?
Yes.
So what I want to direct your attention to is the bottom of page 156 here, as far as that box at the bottom. What, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on next?
Myself and John?
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 156. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I publish this part of the conversation for the jury?
Yes. There's no objection, Mr. Jackson, right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 150 now. And so, Mr. Camerano, again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as page 157? And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you.
Okay.
Or it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, as if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it's.
It's from JJ. How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Karen?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And the next bubble again. I'm sorry. May I-
Take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman. Turn on the lights, please. Thank you.
May I have just a moment with counsel?
Sure.
Okay.
Senator, may I approach this to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
And
Yes.
just for the record, Your Honor, I would ask at this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not.
Yes,
seem to be
it was an I don't know answer, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
My apologies. Directing your attention, Mr. Camerano, to
I
what's
hate
on
that
one
Lally so
fifty-seven.
much.
Before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies for that. With regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ, you guys around tonight.
I'm just coming if you could scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what is it?
From me, Kate is working, I'm around, Madeline Michael is going to the Loose to play with a friend.
And what is the loose play?
The Loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
The play, there's a park down there, activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ, everything okay?
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
I mean, geez, talk about
Scroll down
stupid
to the
shit.
next bubble, Ms. Gilman. Again, fair to say, blank. As far as no text, but may have been something.
Yeah. And go back to the microphone or.
So Ms. Camerano, the next bubble has no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
The next bubble below that green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is a hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
In Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The blue bubble on the screen, who is that from and what does it say?
From me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From Johnny. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And again, the blue bubble on the screen, who is it from and what does it say?
From me. I am leaving in 10. Johnny. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just so that the news.
Okay, sir. And the next screen bubble.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ. Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Camerano, with regard to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
Now, through Your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with her, and who
Finally.
who, if anyone, was she? to Mr.
Finally.
O'Keefe, as far as
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
I have
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I can't
Yes.
read bad.
Just identify
Can't
if
read bad.
she's seated or an
My
article
girlfriend.
recording that she's fine.
She's sitting right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
A year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe lived, did Ms. Reed live there as well?
Shh. Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own, as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
Would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house. Maybe at Fields.
Now, with reference to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustain, we need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversations do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
Anything specific that you can recall?
No.
Now, when you arrived at the house, or typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
When you arrived at the house, where did you go?
Into the house.
Yourself and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me?
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We went down to McCarthy's.
And is that CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
All this just
About
to
how
say
far away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, were there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me to, I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
And as far as snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
I may have just one moment, Ron.
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember which is which. With the court's permission, I would ask that Ms. Gilman be allowed to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for video number 145. I'm sorry, if you could pause it right there. Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's up on,
Yes,
and what do you recognize that to?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. If you just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Camerano, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
I'm kind of glad I didn't get in the courtroom today. Holy shit. I couldn't, this is the worst witness. I mean, he's a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy. This is and the firefighters are boring as shit, some of them. This is by far the most boring and pointless witness, and it's not even close. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I don't even know what he's getting at here. What's the climax? Like, what's the climax here? What?
Now, Mr. Camerano, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up and
So there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
It was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what if any other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what if anything was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond that?
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You're pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Karen wear shoes in the house?
just coming from the same exhibit, if I could, actually, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with regard to the next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 49.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, this would relate to Exhibit 6 and it's video number 148. And with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was just up on the video, sir, it's just up on the screen as video number 148. That was what you had testified to previously as far as moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that
These
evening.
idiots
Correct.
in Karen staged
Now,
the car
as-
there. Remember that?
Mr. O'Keefe, from that video on the screen there, was walking to the car. Did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
These idiots
Yes.
playing the Karen.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
And then hit it
Yes.
on purpose to make
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would typically wear a coat?
No.
And ever? That you can recall?
Never that I could recall.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, for the sake of time, you can stop. And yes, you can bring it down. So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
yes.
Thank you.
So I lit that out of the cave.
Now, at some point after you arrive at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joins your group?
Kurt,
And that'd be Kirk Roberts, is that?
correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kirk show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Miss Reed appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Miss Reed?
I don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
You've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce and admit the surveillance video from C.F. McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
And there's no objection, Mr. Jackson?
There's none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Court reporter.
Tori.
Now, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish portions of that video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from that video, the first video.
Oh,
If I could ask
we've seen
you
this
to
before.
play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes. If you could pause it just a. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camerano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
C.F. McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play, and then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Cameron, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Camerano, you're directing the laser
Yeah.
point to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe
Yeah.
what you're directing. please.
That is me, and that is John.
And,
Oh,
thanks.
me in the
Well,
Ms.
shower.
Gilman, if you could just
Crack
again
the
play this
case.
through the 9 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow, look at them sitting there. Oh, I wonder what they're drinking. Maybe a Bud Light. Oh, maybe a Coors. Maybe a Michelob. You know, maybe they went all out. They got a Sands. I don't know. This is good shit right here, Lally. Fucking Karen Reed's shitting her pants right now. Going to jail. About to be convicted. Look at this shit. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Good Lord. Are we finally going to see these like 11 drinks Karen Reed had or whatever? Anxious to see that. Never saw that. Oh my God.
And you're on for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
So with reference to Steve McCarthy, you went there, had some drinks, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
beer.
That's sort of typical for the two of you.
Yes,
Do you recall,
I love this guy.
sort of, was that from the tap, a bottle, or something?
from the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe would
God.
drink?
I can't.
Bud Light.
Oh, Bud Light. Okay.
And do you recall specifically that's
That's
what you
before
had
it
that
was-
night, or that's just what you?
Before it was gay. Okay.
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
Typically.
And
Well, before Dylan Mulvaney.
if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe,
Oh my God.
you recall sort of in relation to each other, how much you each had to drink?
Not maybe 6 beers.
You got it,
And
honey.
what I'm asking,
You
sir,
did it.
it's not like
The case
did one of you have
cracker.
10 and
Me
one
in
you
the
had 2,
shower.
or was it sort of commensurate?
I love this. That's
Commensurate
it.
one for one.
So essentially, you're buying rounds as you go along.
Correct.
Now, from your time at CF McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
Seriously.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? you recall?
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take this down and go to the third video.
Oh, here we go. What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6 minute and 10 second mark.
Oh,
through
boy.
the 7 minute mark.
Here we go. Things are about to pick up. Things
When you
are
get
about
6, 10,
to
15
get
mark.
interesting. The guy who was at the bar with Karen.
Now, Ms. Camerano, directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were, within your group sort of that night at the bar. If you could just direct the jury's attention to who is who, or who, if anyone, you recognize.
Kurt.
Okay.
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe,
Yeah.
Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
Oh, good.
Correct.
Kurt's there. Nice.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it for me.
Well, that changes everything. What's going to happen here? Okay. What did Kurt order? Tell me about what Kurt ordered. Yeah. Oh, I wonder what they're talking about. Is that a Bud Light?
If you could pause it.
Oh, look who it is. Karen Reed's there.
Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
From a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into the frame or coming to join your?
Yes. Yes.
Karen Reed.
And so from this, is this about the time that
Very
she entered the
stupid.
establishment or came into the bar?
Carrie's husband.
Yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at CF McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Yeah.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as the straw, fruit, anything like that?
A straw, maybe.
Oh, nice.
And what, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
Fucking crazy, man.
As far as you could tell what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Oh,
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry to keep jumping back and forth.
she must have killed him.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and let it run, to the 7-minute mark.
Oh boy, just let it go. Here we go. Oh, they're hogging. Yeah. Oh, nice to see you, babe. About to kill you. Gonna kill you later on. Fucking hate you, actually. So enjoy your last drink because I'm gonna murder you in a couple hours because I fucking hate your guts and I'm really mad about the Aruba thing still. And just I'm a crazy bitch. So let me drink 9 drinks real quick, and then I'm gonna drop you off in front of the cop's house, and then run your ass over, and then I'm gonna leave you there. And that's my dastardly plan. That's what she's thinking right now. That's what they want.
Ms. Gilman, from this same third video in this exhibit of the CF McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark.
Oh, what's gonna happen here? Oh, things could get spicy. What's gonna happen, Mrs. Gilman? Fast forward to the good shit. Oh, there's the dastardly Kara Reed. Is she gonna order a drink? Oh, fuck. She was holding the
If you
seat.
could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds, just about 15 seconds.
Okay. Oh, what's she doing? Oh, she's getting a drink. There's one and a straw. Oh, fuck. Murdering time. Time to murder. Look at this crazy bitch. Look at her go. So odd. It's such.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down now.
Oh, dude.
Ms. Camerano indicated that his son was at
You did it! The
Youth Elementary
case
School
cracker!
for a play of
Me
some
in the
sort of
shower!
effect.
I love this.
He
That's
was
it.
for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go that evening?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else was?
He was skating. That little party.
Patty. I just.
Well, let me ask you this, was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skating. he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave CF McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And do you recall about what time that was that you left CF McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
So sort of a Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's something he's known for?
Yes.
Now, oh, go old Kurt.
Um,
Always up to
and about when was that in relation to when
the
you,
whore.
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after, or not too soon before?
I left after probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
Who gives a shit? I mean, bro, 10:30.
Now, with the court's permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish just 2 more segments from this.
Okay.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 4th video. 4th one down. And if I could ask you to forward it to about 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, get out of here. Oh, things are picking up. Oh, what's she doing? She's talking to Kurt with his flannel. She's complimenting the flannel. Love the flannel, Kurt. I don't blame you for smacking around your wife that one time you got arrested for a domestic. I totally get it.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just pause it there for 1 second. Now, Ms. Camerano, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman, is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
Ah, Sully, of
And,
course.
do you know his first
Sully.
name or anything beyond just Sully?
His name is Sully.
Sully. I don't know his first name.
And John was
And how is it that you know him?
such a
Kids play baseball with his son.
of course.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew,
That's all I
Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age?
Correct.
And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with
What
3 of
position?
your kids.
The kid player.
Correct.
Yeah. Any good? Make all stars?
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be?
He just happened to be there.
Oh. Wow.
Just going, if you could just.
See that one coming.
Again, and just run to about the 20-minute
He was
mark.
just there. He was just there at the back. And you know, he happened to
Now,
have
Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Now is the really good stuff. We haven't even got to the waterfall.
And if you could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds.
There's always a Sully. There really is. That's Sully. Sully's yucking it up. You know, Sully needs to.
And so, Mr. Camerano, did you see yourself in that portion of the
Sully's
video?
New Year's resolution
Yes.
was to go to
Did you know what you were doing at that time?
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
Whoa.
And then
Wow.
you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Whew, generous guy.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
Oh, they definitely got the corned beef. Definitely got the corned beef. Kevin Cullen was down there too. He just left there right before they got there. He's usually down there. Oh, yeah, McCarthy's.
Now, Mr. Camerano,
What is it?
you left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And you recall
This is-
possibly what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, did you park on the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
Everything was novel.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit
Ooh.
6.
Oh. See what we had here. Is this the murder and stuff? What are we gonna do here? What do you got,
And at
Lal?
this time, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152.
There are so many witnesses I've been looking forward to hearing, and I'm watching this shit right now. I cannot believe this. Dude, what's happening? Like, he's just like, yeah, dude, more CF McCarthy's footage, or maybe some ring video. Maybe they'll have a picture of me arriving at the house and picking up my daughter. I had to honk 4 times. That girl was on her iPad. She's addicted to that thing. I'm trying to get her off it.
Ms. Gilman, you can stop.
But her mother enables it. It's a problem we got to address. You know, these kids and their devices, they won't stay off. Not like us. Back in
Now,
the day,
from that video 152 that was just up on screen, sir, can you describe for the jury, excuse me, just as sort of what was going on in that video?
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline,
yes,
and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all 3 of us.
yes.
And where did you go from there?
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at CF McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye.
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Miss Reed that you were leaving to go
Oh
pick
my
up the son.
God.
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the
Irregardless.
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
Toss up.
There's another bar room.
Yeah.
That's a waterfall.
Waterfall, yes.
Johnny was
Familiar
handing
with that establishment as well?
Yes.
Where is that in relation to CF McCarthy?
Across the street
right across, diagonal.
to the left.
So, yeah,
If you were coming out of CF McCarthy's.
Yeah.
Walking
Much
distance,
further
is that
than
correct?
the hell's
Correct.
Too much.
And you leave, you get your son, you pick up the daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
We covered that part, Lally. We covered
And
that.
when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
Watch some internet porn. You know,
And when
take
you
one
typically
out.
go to bed, what, if anything, did you do with your phone?
I was
Put
watching-
them on the charger.
I'll put it on the
Where's the
chat.
charger located in reference?
In the kitchen.
Little porn knob.
And
Wife didn't know. I went in the bathroom, told her I was taking a dump. You know how it is.
when,
So any privacy around here?
following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:36 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
1 phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone, what, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen and missed calls from my wife's work.
And when you say missed calls, we're talking about one call, several calls,
Several calls.
any voicemails that you recall associated with those phones?
I don't recall.
Oh, what? did-
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife about this?
My wife said to me that John.
Okay, sustained.
What?
Your Honor, may I reproach?
Okay.
This guy is just sitting up there being like, bro, why are you doing this to me? What am I adding to this? I don't even know. So just to review what this guy has, again, I feel so bad for this guy because he seems like a nice guy and he's John's friend. And he's like basically saying that he was with them at the bar, CF McCarthy's, just the first bar. And then Kirk came. We had to hear about Kirk arriving for 10 minutes. And they came, and then Karen came, And I saw her get one drink. I don't know about you guys. I saw her get one drink. I don't know about these 9 drinks. He got a drink. All right. Vodka, her favorite. Not we just drink Bud Light. We're simple guys, you know. Bottle, no draft. None of that draft shit. Right out the bottle. The way Johnny likes it. Talk about the Bruins. Everyone's on fire right now. You know, Montreal's always a tough one.
Mr. Camerano, you call your wife and what, if anything, is it in general that you tell?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
Forgot
She just, she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
From Karen. And then based on that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes,
And so based on that information, what is it that you do?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean up?
I cleaned the snow off the front windshield.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
You know what they'd ask.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the door, the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
What, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee.
Oh,
I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
that's how you know the population. The
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down.
Get the fuck out.
The door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors.
He knows the truth.
There's 2 side locks on the garage door,
He knows.
and I went out through the side garage door.
He figured it out. Got the door closed. No problem. It was broken. He fixed it.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
And how many?
2.
And whose vehicles were?
Karen?
John's and Karen's.
Oh, the 2 that live there.
John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter there?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the front?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
Taillight.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking?
Correct.
about? And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open,
Oh
correct?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Correct.
Good. He is.
Why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on?
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his
Johnny
garage.
hated it. Hated that shit. Just like when Colin Abbott threw beer cans on his front lawn. Hated that shit.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
If I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from those, first starting with video 155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it. And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
Is this sort of when you're pulling in to get killed?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run.
What do we got here?
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156.
They're gonna show the goddamn video. Oh, so there's him watching a video. I'm sure it's really exciting, as you can tell by his facial reaction. Oh, bro, look at that. Really snowy out. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the good shit. Oh my God, there he is. There's the car. There he is. There's Camerano in the driveway. He's in the drive. He's trying to fix that garage door. That thing always sticks. Johnny hated it. Johnny fucking hated that shit. He'd come home, he'd rip it on the kids. Hey, who didn't close the garage door? I told you kids, chipmunks get in there that way. Fucking kids. Jesus Christ. I got it bad enough. I got this crazy bitch trying to kill me.
Ms. Gilman, next video,
I closed
157.
the garage door. Does he notice the broken taillight that's like right next to him or not? Like, hey, what happened to the taillight? Focus on the garage door. He is a good friend. He seems like a nice guy. He's a cool guy. Right, exactly. Like, take 5 minutes to set. Yeah, I know. Karen Reed's cooked. Give her the cheese.
Last thing, Ms. Gilman, video 158. Ms. Kearney, you can take that. And so, Mr. Camerano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury, is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. Get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they're hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go from there?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean by?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John had passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Oh, is that it? Oh, wait. Damn it, that's really fucking it? That was
Mr.
the
Camerano, just a few questions.
What was the point of any of this?
You and your wife did spend a lot of time
Okay.
with John O'Keefe and Kearney as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you consider John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
What just happened? Why is it silent? Why is there an empty chair? What is happening right now? Should we go to NBC's freaking feed? How does this happen? I mean, this is insane. What is happening right now? I am getting out of this one. I am going to NBC's feed. This is fucking weird.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You liked
Correct.
Miss Reed.
Oh,
Correct.
he's a nice guy.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
Never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering, it would just banter together.
I guess so, yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids.
Oh yeah,
Like he wouldn't like that.
what an animal.
Stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes. Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Ms. Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described the situation in which Ms. Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes.
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
Correct.
Objection.
I'll let it stand.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe even hint at the idea of breaking up with Ms. Reed.
Not that I can recall.
Wow. Oh, like how is this a Commonwealth witness? This is actual useful testimony.
Turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video, and you explained what was happening in the video, where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Ms. Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow, is that right?
Correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention or your memory to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They kissed. Yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hug each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her.
Yes.
Sure.
They seemed happy to see each other. is what I'm
Yes.
Good.
getting at.
It's as loud as it gets. I'll switch to the other one.
Didn't observe while you were at CF.
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them and CF McCarthy's. Is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have on. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir. All right,
Oh, that was,
jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
oh, good. Yeah.
Jurors, if you fold and close your notebooks, placing them on the chairs, taking your belongings.
1 second. Right back.
All rise, jury out.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you gotta be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life. Do you really know? I mean, it's a scary thing to think about.
Give me 1 sec. Hold on. All right. All right. So that was the biggest waste of time I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this prosecution is criminally incompetent, I would say at this point. Criminally incompetent. Because, I mean, he spent an hour and a half talking to this guy who had nothing to say about anything. Like, and even he must have been up there like, bro, why are you doing this to me? You know, like, this is my friend. Like, you're making me relive my last night with my friend. And I didn't even see anything. Like, he was at CF McCarthy's. He left to pick up his daughter. And then he picked up his daughter and he went home. And they got a call at 6 a.m. I don't know if it's from Kirk Roberts or it's from somebody to go pick up John's daughter. Make sure she's okay. So he did that. That's it. They wasted our time watching him come into the driveway. They didn't ask him any questions about it. Like, did you notice anything about her taillight? They told us about the garage. Heard all about the Bud Lights he was drinking. Sully was didn't see that one coming. A guy from a Boston suburb going into a bar called CF McCarthy's on a Saturday night, and his name's Sully. That's literally never happened before. Never ever happened before. So we saw that. That was riveting stuff. And then he told us about, that's about it. And then Lally didn't even ask him like, what was the point of that? What was the point of that? I don't get it. We saw her drink one drink. She got one drink. So all I got from that testimony is that it appears as if she didn't have as many drinks as they claim she had. She was very lovey-dovey. Like that, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe in that video, like, maybe this is why I got getting divorced. It's like, I never did that. Never was like that, ever. Like, ever. Like that looked like a nice relationship. Like the way they greeted each other like that. They seemed happy. And so that was pointless. Like he didn't even, like, I thought he was going to go somewhere with this. Like I figured he would bring up a witness that would be like, yeah, she's mad. There were signs of anger. He didn't even ask. Lally didn't even ask about that. What was the point of that? Well, it gave the defense a chance to cross-examine him and make Karen look good. Like, yeah, did they seem happy? Yep. Yep, they definitely seemed to love. Tell us about her worst character flaw. Tell us about her worst character flaw. Oh, she likes to spoil the kids. And Johnny's a little bit old school, pull him up by your bootstraps kind of guy. He don't believe in an allowance. He'd rather have him do the chores, earn it like he did back in the day. So Johnny's not big into, all this fancy stuff that the kids have these days with the eye machines and, everybody, like back in my day, you shoveled snow, Mr. McGregor gave you $5 for that. And you went down the street and you got a soda pop and some pot and some whatever, some marbles. We were into marbles back then. I got a smasher. And then we got baseball cards. Bro, Barry Bonds rookie card. Okay. Upper deck. Beckett magazine says it was worth like freaking $300, bro. I think my mom threw it out when I went to college. Fucking never forgave her for that. Never forgave her. God rest your soul, Mom. God rest your soul. I mean, what the hell was the point of that? All we ever heard, like that was just like Karen Reed's a nice person. What the hell was that? What did we just watch? We spent 2 hours doing that. I'm happy you guys, like, that's all I can do is like his accent was by far the most entertaining part about that testimony. Like by far. And even the cop that they brought up, they didn't even have him remark about the taillight. Like that was the whole point. Jurors are if jurors aren't intently watching that video, they're not going to notice that taillight that we noticed, which I went over last night, why that is a no big deal, nothing burger. So yeah, I mean that's about it. That's about it. Yeah, he knows. I mean, that was a great witness for not a great witness, but a favorable witness for the defense and a useless witness for the prosecution. Useless. Criminal incompetence on the part of Adam Lally. Like, as a taxpayer, I'm upset I paid for that shit. If I was Paul O'Keefe, I'm just like, bro, I've been telling everybody for the last year and a half, just wait till trial. Wait till the bombshell's at trial. You told me, Lally, a bombshell's coming. And we get this guy. So how many? Oh, yeah. Tell us about Sully and Kurt. Yeah, that's it. They cracked the case, you know? All right. Let me read a couple turtle chats here. Got one from yesterday. I didn't get to. Jenny B says, Jesus Christ is God. $10. Okay. Thank you very much. We got another one here from Count Time. Sends $10 and says, what the fuck does this clown Lally have John's friend on for? That's what I'm saying. This guy sucks. Aidan, I'm the guy that walked up to you and told you you're a beast in Dedham last week. Keep killing it, man. Oh, thanks, brother. Appreciate that. Next up, Katie sends $10 and says, thank you for your coverage and commentary. You are impressive and also making me LOL. Glad I can make you LOL, Katie. Thank you for the $10. So Francis sends $10 and says, lallygagging. To fool around and waste time. Dawdle, stop lallygagging and get to the damn point. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Do you have any cash apps? No, we don't. Okay. So, all right, cool. Anyway, anybody got anything else to add here? What are people saying? So, you know, like I said, if you're just getting here, why am I not in court today? So I'll show you. I don't even want to give this guy any attention, but like just to show you what it's like there. So let's see. And again, this is, you know, Grant Smith Ellis is not a serious person at all. Nobody takes him seriously. He looks like shit. He's a troll. And he's a kind of guy, he just accuses people of random shit with no evidence and just walks away. He's like a child, okay? And so I hate even giving him attention. But, yeah, I know I could do Grant voice doing this, but like this is what I had to deal with at the courthouse today. And I'm not dealing with this ever again. I'll tell you that much.
To you, you are an accused rapist. You sent a video of you raping Lindsay Gattani to her, and you admitted to it in text. Fuck you. Get to the back of the line. Do not touch property that does not belong to you. You may leave the line if you want to go to the bathroom. You may leave the line if you want to go get something to eat. You may not touch stuff that does not belong to you, you fucking accused rapist. Get out of my fucking line.
You see,
yeah, I've only been on this shit for that.
All right. Again, this is in front of like 7 or 8 people. That's the kind of thing that you say to a person when you know that they're out on bail. That's the kind of thing that you say to a person when you know that they're out on bail. Right? You're just making shit up. Making shit up. And here's another one of him. This is what else he was doing this morning.
Out of my line, you accused rapist. You sent a video of you raping Lindsay Gattani to Lindsay and admitted that she was intoxicated and incapable of consent when you raped her. Get out of my line. Fucking punk. No one wants you here. And it's gonna be like this every minute of every day until Judge Kearney or someone bans you from this fucking court.
So let's see. I got another one here. There's a few of these. I mean, it was like this the whole morning.
You're not getting it. She was here ahead of you, and I stood for her.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Fucking accused rapist. You want me to tell them about the text messages and the video you sent of you raping Lindsay? Fucking accused rapist. Get out of my fucking line. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Again, that's the kind of shit you say when you know the person you're saying that to is out on bail and they can't afford to fucking, beat the fuck out of you. I mean, that's the kind of shit that you say. But you got to be an adult. You got to be an adult about it. You're like, well, I'll let him embarrass himself. Like he's making a fool of himself. Now, this guy's got a press pass. He doesn't work for anyone. He has no job. He lives with his mother, who is Wendy Murphy. He calls it my line. He literally called it my line, that this is his area. And he held, like you see there, he held the seat for the Boston Herald, who didn't ask for the seat to be held. He did that specifically so that they could say when he gets there, they could cut me, right? Unfortunately, I was the 11th or 12th person there, but in line. Like there's seat savers. Gretchen Voss, who doesn't work for anyone, has no job, isn't writing a story on this, is literally just a spectator. That's it. Doesn't bring a notebook with her, doesn't bring a phone, doesn't bring anything, doesn't write about this. She's literally just taking up a spot in court. And this is, watch this one.
You may leave the line to go to the bathroom. You may leave the line to go get food. You may be an accused rapist who admitted to their crime and sent a video of it to their victim, Lindsay Gattani. You may do that. We may allow Matt Johnson or whoever the fuck to go to the bathroom or go get food.
Okay.
Fuck off.
So who put Boston 25's thing there?
Whoever the fuck worked for Ted Daniel and was here last night.
Okay.
You weren't here, were you? Were you here when Matt Johnson put that down? No. Were you here when he took a video?
To be here.
No.
Matt Johnson was
Because people work shifts. Get someone to fucking work for you.
Well, who's working the shift right now from WBZ? I don't see.
They're over there, you fucking moron.
Okay. Well, what about Court TV? Who's
Wherever the fuck they went.
Okay.
You need to understand you control nothing here. You are at the whims of your colleagues who outvote and outnumber you.
Was there really a vote? Was there a
It's
vote?
not a vote, you moron. We're telling you with our eyes that
Who's
you
we?
are to respect the line.
Is that true? Is there a we here? Is there a vote that took place or something?
It's not a democracy, you moron.
Well, that's what voting usually is.
Right. It is a collective consensus that you may leave the line to go to the bathroom.
People get here and they put chairs because they're doing camera shots and they got to come back.
Yep.
So it's kind of understood that if you have a chair here.
Okay.
So it's kind of understood that's how this works. So this guy is not a reporter. He tells me he's being paid $80 an hour by WHDH to sit in a chair and hold it for the WHDH reporter that's going to go inside the courtroom so that reporter can sleep in or whatever, right? I'm there at 5:45 in the morning. This is Canton TV, and she's not going to go in the courtroom either. Tim is. And then this guy is from NBC 10. He is there to hold Sue O'Connell's place in line.
You got it.
So you can just come here at 7 o'clock and put
You
a
can
chair
come
here.
here
and
at
leave.
8 p.m. the night before.
I don't know. I get here at 4 in the morning
Okay.
and I'm paid by Channel 7.
Oh,
$80 an hour.
don't
$80
even-
an hour.
Okay, yeah.
Don't even engage with him.
No, so all right. So because I'm new to this, so
No, you're not.
So if somebody's put chair, like if I just happen to oversleep and come now, I don't have a right. If Curtis puts his chair here, I don't say, well,
We don't
Curtis,
cut.
I've been here every day at 4, but I overslept today. Sorry.
So all you have to do is just come here at 7 night before, put your chair first, and you
have
go
to
back
stay
home.
here.
You have to stay here.
They have crews that are
Well, who
here.
was staying here from Boston 25 News?
Oh, there was like 6 people here.
Was there 6 people from Boston 25 News here? Is that true?
They were out doing
They're
live
live
shots
shots
over
all
there.
fucking night. You are a fucking moron.
Okay.
They literally sleep there. You're literally sleepy. Okay. You are so dumb. It's not even funny. You're not getting in. Just give up.
He's a person wrestling. He's
I mean, you're certainly not stealing someone's spot because you didn't get here in time.
By my count, I'm number 10.
No, you're actually 11 or 12.
Well, I count 10 if Court TV's.
All right. So that is what I had to deal with this morning. And I'm doing the math when I'm there, and I'm like, well, looks like I'm 11th or whatever. So Grant Smith Ellis, you guys just saw what you heard in that. Like what he's saying about rape and stuff like that is such a slap in the face to actual rape victims. Again, this is the fake victim again. Like the assault and battery thing, that didn't work. Now she's making up whatever rumor about this too. It's just these people are sick. They're sick. They're mentally deranged. And, if you guys would like, right, I'd like to attend this hearing. So first thing I did today was I emailed, and I'm going to give you her email, right? If anybody else wants to email her to complain about this. If you do not, that guy right there should not be the Boston Globe. Forget about me. The Boston Globe and the Boston Herald, as well as me, did not get in today. We were not one of the first 10 in because that guy got in. He's not a reporter. He doesn't work for anyone. He's mentally unbalanced. He smells like shit. He's a human troll. And he just makes shit up. He got in. Gretchen Voss got in. She doesn't have a job. She doesn't work for anyone. She not writing a story on this. She isn't taking notes at all. So the woman in charge of this, her name is Jennifer Donahue. And I'm going to put her email in the comments if anyone wants to email her and say that this guy, I mean, you saw what you saw, like that guy should not be allowed inside the press box, should not be allowed anywhere. Complain about him. Her Jennifer.Donahue@judd.state.ma.us. She's the one who approves press passes. That guy, BS, absolutely be polite in the email. Be polite in the email. That guy should not be given there's only 10 press passes given out. That guy should not be getting in over reporters from the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald. Should not be happening. It's a joke that guy gets to be allowed in. He is trolling this. He's got stickers all over his computer, which are political in nature. You're not allowed to have demonstrations. Why does he have those on his computer? I did send the videos in. I sent all the videos in. And I'm going to probably do a little story on it. Again, I don't want to give this guy too much attention, but yes, why don't I'll put him out in tweets, okay? And in a minute. And I will probably do a little story on it. But for now, like my email to her, I wrote her an email today. And I said the following. Let's see. I said, Jennifer, I attempted to attend the Karen Reed trial today, but was forced to leave after a man named Grant Smith Ellis relentlessly harassed me. Attached are several videos of Grant loudly slandering me in front of other reporters by calling me a, quote, rapist, telling me to get the fuck out of my line, which doesn't belong to him, and telling me to never come back. No one should be subject to this while trying to do their job. Grant intentionally saved seats for reporters from the Globe and the Herald so that they could cut the line in front of me when I got there. I arrived at the courthouse at 5:45 a.m. There were 6 others there. So I was the 7th person and should have been let in. However, it appears as if Boston 25 News, WBZ, Court TV, NBC 10, WHDH, WCVB, and Gretchen Voss had seat savers for them. Some of the seats were empty with signs. The man from WHDH said he was being paid $80 an hour to be there. I would ask that a uniform system be set up so that people are not allowed to save seats for others. It should be first come, first serve. Please let me know what we can do to address this. So that's, for now, it should be changed. Okay? Yeah, and Gretchen Voss is on the witness list. So that's the system for now. So we got to play in it. So what I need are volunteers. If this is how it's going to go, court tomorrow ends at 2 o'clock. I need somebody to set up a chair there. and just say, write Turtle Boy on it. Turtle Boy Daily News. And then just sit there. We'll do shifts. I don't know if you guys want to get it going in the justice group. Maybe do that. Start coordinating that. Just a couple hours, each person. Just sit there. Fuck that. Like if Gretchen Voss has to support people doing that, we can do that too. Yeah, I'm sure people have offered. So we're going to start doing that. We're going to start doing that starting tomorrow because I plan on going to court on Friday. And I will get in on Friday. Okay? I will get in on Friday. No, and I appreciate Tom CPU offering today. I'm not going tomorrow, but that's the plan. I mean, it might be 401 might be too late. Like it's crazy. So yeah. Anyway, you want the email again? If you want to email Jennifer Donahue, again, I will start setting this up afterwards. You did offer. I haven't read any messages. I'm sorry. Have 12 people get in line for you. They can give one spot for you and give the other spots to 9 other stations, thus keeping Grant out. We could. I mean, if this is what they're going to do, if Jennifer Donahue is going to allow this to turn into a circus, she needs to get her act together. This is unacceptable. This is a murder trial. This is a really serious case. I've covered it relentlessly. Grant has no interest in it. Grant's a troll. A troll. Again, I don't really care about holding giving other people a spot, but it's just ridiculous that, I mean, those guys they're paid $80 an hour to be there and sit in a chair. Bullshit. But appreciate that. Okay. All right. So I got another turtle chat here. Jenna sends $10 and says, you need to get to court tomorrow before it ends to get the first place in line while all reporters are still in courtroom. Yeah, but that kind of defeats, you're missing the point there, Jen. I appreciate the dono. But the whole purpose is that, like, I mean, Sue O'Connell's not sitting in line. None of the Ted Daniels not sitting in line. He's got a guy sitting there for him. That's what we need. We need shifts. We have numbers. That's what we need to do. We need numbers. So, anyway, yeah, let me go. I'm going to go tweet those out. I'm going to go put this, I'm going to put the glare on, see what he's talking about. While I do little tweets about this, what happened today.
To know her place and to buy them nice things once in a while. Be cool. Be the friend. You know, that's your role. Dude, I'll never forget, man. I dated this girl for a long time, and she was great. And my kids were still kids, you know, and they lived in California, and me and my girlfriend went out to visit my kids in California. We took them to Legoland. It was really nice. This was years and years and years ago. And my kid's mom, something happened, and then I had to bring it to her attention. And then my kid's mom just started like really going off track, you know, and my ex-girlfriend, being the problem solver that she is, and just at the time a career bartender, she was like, all right, hey, why don't you telling my ex, why don't you show me where the nearest store is? Let's go for a ride. Show me where the nearest liquor store is. And so while I was talking to my kids, instead of it being a very unproductive situation, while I was talking to my daughter specifically with her stepfather, because her mother was being distracting at the time, my girlfriend intervened in this situation and was just like, okay, and then just got her drunk in the kitchen while we took care of the problem. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. But see, those are the roles that the girlfriend who's not the mom has. You know what I mean? Those are the roles, to know their place. You know, they don't get to be the mom, but if the mom is even being disruptive because she might be too emotional to deal with the situation, this does happen. That does not mean that they're a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? This means that at that very moment, she's not handling the situation properly. She's being counterproductive to the situation. And so this is the way you help. You don't go, hey, you don't. And then it was just like, she just got her drunk, kept making these different kind of shots. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. While she just sat there and shit talked.
All right. So now we got the wife of the other guy. So let me put it on the louder one because remember this one's not loud enough. Why is there no sound?
I should close that microphone and speak nice and loud. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Katherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, was that a boy or a girl?
Girl.
And the 13-year-old, was that a boy or a girl?
Boy.
And as far as activities are concerned with your kids, do they play sports or they do other sorts of activities?
They play sports. Yep.
And which sports does your 16-year-old play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
And your 13-year-old son, what, if any, sports?
Hockey and baseball.
Now, you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married?
Now,
20 years? 20 years. 2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
And starting with the Friday of the 28th, were you working that night?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift do you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like Friday night?
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot and the kids hung out and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Riveting shit.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you referred to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know
My
John?
husband got introduced to him and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, 4th grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how do they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade. Or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, fourth or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends attached at the hip.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they the same age as well?
They were. They played baseball together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Correct.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on One House Ave?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of your family?
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, around specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them in their school?
They had just got into Bishop Ian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th. They were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop Ian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, I'm using the plural as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids and he have with regard to
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together.
This is
it was like a well-oiled machine.
Nice person. It's like look at her. Look what he's doing.
Now, through
For what purpose?
your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
So
Right.
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah. Yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
And so during the course around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of a game or to your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do that?
Well, the kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And at some point, you're still at work. You're working an overnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and the kids, they came home at some point.
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed. And if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you
4 and 5.
when she called you around 4 or 5?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
Mike.
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
This just proves her innocence.
And
Why do you think she's called Mike Camerano?
Screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw morning labs, so I knew it was between 4 and 5 a.m. Somewhere early in the morning.
This sort of screaming as far as "where's Mike," what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
I know. It's just like this makes Karen look good, guys. Because why is she calling Mike Camerano? Because she could he
Ma'am, what I'm gonna do.
have ideas? Maybe he hung out with Mike. That's his buddy, right? Like maybe Mike called and picked him up, and I don't know. You know,
Okay.
like, the fact that she called Mike Camerano indicates that she has no idea where he is. None. These witnesses are great for Karen Reed. I mean, not great, but certainly not bad. On the helpful side.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know if that was.
Why would she call looking for his friend?
Yes.
Because maybe Mike Camerano picked him up.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Sorry.
coming up with fucking ideas. Like, where could he be? He didn't come home all night. Where is he?
So Ms. Camerano, after
Is he hanging
reading
out
what
with
I took
Mike?
place before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background? of that?
Yeah.
Mike is his actual
I could hear
friend,
Kaylee in the background.
not like the McAlberts.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background, that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep.
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background?
Yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone,
Like it sounded, sorry,
no. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline?
Yeah, yep.
Did you know her personally at all?
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
Knew her as a cunt.
And at some point you were talking to Kaylee on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying to Kaylee at that time?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're going to go out looking for him. I think she said they were going to go out looking, or she's going to go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her.
See? I don't know where he is.
And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
How does this help?
Now, the second phone call, you're talking to Kaylee and you can hear the defendant talking to Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation, in addition to that, do you recall?
I don't.
And while these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her, and by her, I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone?
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth
Yeah.
with patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that point?
I talked to Kirk Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital, and then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Kirk Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Kirk Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin. So I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
You're okay? Yep. Okay. Poor lady.
Just one moment now.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show counsel what I'm showing. May I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that box, white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation.
Yes.
That's a text conversation.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And is JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep.
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
My text messages to him.
Those are text messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the two text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Camerano, you had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Seriously.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Seriously.
Yes.
And Albert, like, this is supposed to be the most exciting trial.
Showing you another document there.
Mhm.
Ask that you look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yeah.
And that document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
What are they? It's a picture. Don't know what the point of any of this shit is. Again, let me read a couple turtle chats here. Ann sends $25, says, guess what, Grant? Shut the fuck up. True. Thanks, Ann. Aaron sends $10, says, Aidan, can't you sue Grant for witness intimidation? Well, witness intimidation is a crime. So you can't sue people for crimes. You charge them. Since he is slandering you, I mean, so that you could sue someone for slander about Lindsay, since you have an ongoing legal issue with her. Nope. So I could sue Grant if I wanted to for slander, but Grant has no money. So that would be a waste of time. You know. So, but yeah, I mean, certainly you just want him to stop.
Thank you.
Like, it's unprofessional what he's doing. Like, if you want to do that on the street, fine. In mine like that.
And so, Ms. Camerano, from that document, does that seem to be the phone calls and the timing of the phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed that morning?
Okay. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Turning that to you, which is now been marked as Exhibit 51. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would request to publish that to the jury on the screen.
Okay.
Oh, it's actually slander is a type of defamation of character, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Camerano.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could please just see if you could mark that just a little.
Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes. Just before we get to what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
No, Ms. Camerano, starting from sort of as far as the order of these, do you see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on in time and chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of.
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the box above that, number 5.
It looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. And approach just to retrieve your arm.
Yes.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Now, with respect, Camerano, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And your arm, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Camerano, showing you a document, asking if you could just take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes.
And who does it state?
It's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm off the seat and introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Camerano, returning what's now been marked as Exhibit 52 to you. And Your Honor, with the court permission, I would publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Camerano, if I could direct your attention to sort of the content of this. There's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the bubble, who the text is from, and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Kelman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next bubble down, Ms. Kelman.
What's going on, Karen?
If you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Kelman.
I'm driving around with Carrie and Jen.
And this is the text that you received from to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
I can't read that from there. 5:53, does it say?
5:53 a.m., is that correct?
Oh, 5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting me.
I'm texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then,
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what, if any, response did you receive from this group?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, let's scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
You know, and if you could scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, if Ms. Kelman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those things?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, Bridgewater.
Ms. Kelman, if you could scroll down again. Next message, ma'am.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming.
Next, green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time now?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms. Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from this?
6:34.
Evil. Like he's making her relive this.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
Evil.
Yeah.
Fucking hard.
What, Karen? Are you serious?
That's a blue bubble, your response to her last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
Evil, man.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
This
Ms. Gilman, you can.
only helps Karen Reed. Only helps.
And Mr. Officer, if you could thank you.
Incompetent. Incompetent.
Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just 1 moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination?
Mrs. Camerano,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally's last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right? All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Kirk Roberts to the stand.
Stay standing, face the left corner.
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just nice and loud into that microphone, thanks. Great.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kirk Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canada with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I
it?
think about 18 years.
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And to recall anything about what you were doing, do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your 2 children?
Yes, he is. I believe a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of like not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff,
same baseball team. Yep.
so all 3 of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did.
I can't.
He did. He moved to
I can't.
One Meadows.
All stories, please.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. A lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, of course, or through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't have I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met her?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Miss Rose?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend.
Oh, he cracked the
Sorry.
case. You got it. That was a trick question.
Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay. So,
You had no idea though.
with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center.
Oh, yeah.
And they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming.
Yeah.
And then he called me a pussy.
Oh,
And I, sorry.
oh yeah. Johnny.
And I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Fair enough.
So I had to go up there, and
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Oh.
Let the record reflect. Okay. You receive that text and you go to CF McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Camden Center.
Yes.
About how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door
I
and
mean, really?
what is the layout of the bar?
You're fucking describing.
Walk in the door,
McCarthy's now?
go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big.
And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
That's where the piss is back there.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano? When you
Oh, they were at the
And
bar.
walking to the left, they were on my left.
Yeah. They were at the bar.
And
What are they
the
doing?
area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Oh, Bud Light. Yeah, we all drinking Bud
Recall
Light.
whether that was draft or a bottle or something?
It was a bottle.
Oh, yeah, bottle. Yeah.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but That's what they normally would drink.
With the, this, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to see if McCarthy's video.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds. If you could pause it there just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of City of MacArthur on January 20th?
Yes.
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you...
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video, is that correct?
Yes.
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
Yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
Oh, look at them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Johnny. Yeah. Yeah. We were wicked shit faced. We went out. We were hammered. Yeah. We doing like shots of Bacardi like all night. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 I had to wake up early, get my kids to fucking hockey practice.
Pause there just a moment.
Fucking rugrats.
The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize?
That's Sully?
That's me.
Oh, that's
So
me.
that was about the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
I know that motherfucker.
Gentlemen, if you could just continue with another 30 seconds. Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
Who do you know to be in relation to sort of yourself, Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. Then I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined you?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, it was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer directed to his attention, where you see Ms. Reed?
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at CF McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped them by a round or something?
Sure. Yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
Okay. And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that you typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it again that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So.
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, I did. Me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's all.
So you sort of exit and leave, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here is Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
What's gonna happen? There's Karen Reed. Yeah, about to go kill this motherfucker. That he's talking. Kurt, guess what? I'm wicked mad at John. I'm so mad because I bought him Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and he was wicked pissed about it. So I'm gonna go run that motherfucker over right now. Yeah, and then I'm gonna blame the Alberts, and it's gonna be a big setup. And
thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can
okay.
You can take that. You're a good bomb, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left. And with regard to during the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything.
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment or anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home, I think you've already said it, but about what time was it that you got?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was it?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
The next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic on the. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything you couldn't make out the words?
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I'd say 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
said? It was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
She said, John's missing. And I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital. And she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
Did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in the ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
Clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock? I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
AM.
8 a.m. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you?
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
You
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I don't.
what the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
It seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar.
Yeah,
Okay. But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Times?
Maybe.
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't. I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that, so I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you had come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say. Maybe.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Miss Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Excuse me, raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here, truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Trayers, Trayers.
Ms. Trayers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as a bar?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
Where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically close?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the Waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over? Is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the Waterfall in that capacity around on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the Waterfall typically open?
Like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
And is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the Waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there? And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food? Is there sort of how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff is?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
Full question. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does that typically, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a restaurant depot.
And is there like a certain type of, well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically, what kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now,
I'm still here.
with respect to the waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in them?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish this certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Rae, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause there. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mhm.
So basically all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks.
Okay.
So again, what's up on the screen right now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could, direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could, direct the jury's attention to whereabouts.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down. If you could, please go to the 6th video listed down for channel 3. And if you could pause there for a second. And Ms. Traer, directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the waterfall as well?
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29/12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that or what if any difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier around 10:30 p.m.?
This one's brighter.
And why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to push this forward to about 15 minutes and 45 seconds. And Ms. Traers, from the date and time stamp up there, about what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point till about 16 minutes and 8 seconds. You could pause there just a moment. The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention on where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct? Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16 over. Thank you. You can stop it there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, you know, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
And really, I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 20th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top. Yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere, so whatever is most comfortable. Thanks. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
I can't do.
Previously?
This is the worst day.
No.
The absolute.
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
I am sorry, guys.
Now, with regard to Christopher Albert, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
Who is?
And Mr. Hicks, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And have you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Now, at some point following that evening of January 28th, do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
1.
Dono, may I approach?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing your 3-page documents, just ask in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously you work at the waterfall, you've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yep.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry, was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with respect to the receipts that I've placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
May I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
You can't do it anymore. I need a break bad.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can we just get to lunch? Because I can't do this anymore. I mean, the worst day. Oh, so happy I'm not in.
And Mr. Rae, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that I had asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we're gonna ask questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
He loves asking that.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
So you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives by,
Yeah.
by face?
Yeah, and then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Rae, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2, and jurors will take lunch.
Okay.
Whereas if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All right, jury out, beautiful.
Goodbye. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers.
All right.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you got to be careful.
Okay. All right. So this has been the worst day of court ever. Let me read a couple turtle chats here. First one is from Tim, sends $25, says prosecution seems to me is trying to bleed out this trial with these boring and irrelevant witnesses. Exactly. Where is Proctor? I mean, we are in a murder investigation here, almost 2 full weeks in now, and we haven't heard from the lead detective at all. Not even, or any of the actual witnesses who are actually at the place where the guy got killed. I mean, besides the first responders. So I mean, is that their plan? I don't know what their plan is. This is worse than I thought it would be. Isn't he their main guy? Why delay placing the lead investigator on the stand? I think you know the answer to that one. So thank you very much. The answer is he's a liability. That's the answer. Kristen sends $20, says, Mr. Camerano knows Karen didn't hurt John. They both did, man. My heart broke for them. How cruel is it to put them on the stand? You know? How cruel is it to put those two on the stand? Absolutely heartless. Absolutely heartless. So, shout out, by the way, to the people that are still out there today. I don't know if it's raining in Dedham. It's raining in Boston right now. Yeah, I mean, I can't listen to we heard from a bartender who's like, why am I here? We heard from Kirk Roberts, who hates his wife. That's the one thing I learned today. Kirk Roberts hates his wife. Understandably so. Like, totally get it. Don't judge him for that at all. The Cameranos seem like really nice people and really good friends of John. Like, they seem like, of all the friends, they seem the most authentic because they aren't like doing this whole bullshit thing that like the rest of them do, where the rest of them seemed to like John because he was a cop. And I know Melanie Little started this whole thing where everybody calls him Officer John O'Keefe. I don't like that, to be perfectly honest with you, because that's not what defines him, is being a police officer. What about Dad? Talk about Daddy or Uncle John. Like, I think that defined him a lot more, who he is. And I just feel like a lot of these people surrounding him kind of like cloak themselves in the thin blue line because it's like, like back to blue, all that shit, and they just seem not to care about him as a person. The Cameranos seem to really care about him. I don't know. I just got that from them. And I don't know. I think they both think Karen's innocent. That's just my read on them. And they were both good for her. Like, they were both favorable witnesses for her. So there's that. Cash App here real quick to bang out. We have Aaron sends $10 and says, I put my life on hold for this. Fucking dreadful. I know. Seriously. Well, whatever. It was a good day to miss court. I'll tell you that much. I got the last laugh. Kerry. Oh, no, this is last night. She sent this. Okay. All right, cool. So here's the deal. Oh, Derek sent $25 and says, we should stop paying taxes. True. Lally is a moron. No doubt. Lisa sends $20, says Grant is out of control. Yeah, but I'm happy that I took the high road. Oh, thank you, Nee Marie. I'm glad you like the blue suit. But I couldn't even rock it, It's like I couldn't go in, but that's okay. You just got to be the bigger person. You can't. Grant wants me to start trolling him back, and getting out of him. Grant is beneath me. If Grant wants to yell shit at me like that and make up lies about you're an accused rapist, and here's some text messages, where we don't show the whole thing, and I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response. Like, rape, dude, is a serious thing, and the fact that he just throws it around like that, like assault and battery didn't work, that was made up, so now he goes with the rape. I mean, these are sick people, sick people. There's no rape investigation. It's all made up. There's nothing. And that's the end of that. So it's just made to make the goal is to make me feel uncomfortable. You got to be above it, man. You got to be above it. You can't jump into their whatever. And, him yelling shit like that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they were really pushing. I don't watch that, but I'm sure that is the narrative that they're spinning. Like, everything else has failed. They're trying to put me back in jail, and so they're going with this. It's pretty sick, and I will not even jump into it. But anyway, so yeah, something should be done. So feel free to write an email to Jennifer Donahue that I put up before, and let them know that Grant, you don't even have to advocate for me. Grant should not be allowed in this courtroom the way he behaves. He should have his press pass revoked. It's a privilege, not a right to have that thing, so is what it is. Got another Cash App here from Lisa Lisa Peralt sends $20 with no comment. So, yeah. All right. All right. So do we have any more turtle chats? No, we're good. Okay. All right. Here's the deal. So I got to pick up my kid from the bus stop, which means I got to leave here by 2:30 tops. So we'll continue the stream at 2:30. I'm going to play a little video to end this. I'm going to go grab lunch because I haven't eaten yet. And then I'll be back at 2, maybe a little before. We'll see. And we'll stream a little bit. And then I could stream from the car because thanks to Erica Walsh, I got a hotspot moving up in the world. So I can stream from the car. I can't look in the camera or anything like that, but I can comment and listen. So, all right, guys, we will we'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm not ending the stream. I'm going to keep the stream up, but I'll be back in a little bit. Let me play this video I wanted to play.
O'Keefe was found dead on Fairview Road yesterday morning in front of a friend's house. At this point, it's not clear how he died. O'Keefe was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department.
His girlfriend is now charged.
Karen Reed led into court in handcuffs. She pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2 bars in Canton before being invited to an after party at this Canton home.
Prosecutors believe Reed hit him with her SUV outside the home of a Canton police officer after a night of drinking.
Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
I am disappointed in the rush to judgment against my client.
I have an innocent client. Period.
The defense has an alternative story about what happened here.
The defense seems to be indicating that this was a police cover-up.
I believe the evidence shows that she didn't hit him. Somebody being hit by a car does not look like they had been punched out by Mike Tyson.
One of the relatives who was inside the party Googled how long to die in cold, hours before O'Keefe's body was allegedly discovered.
We know he went in that house.
This crazy story out of Canton, Massachusetts. They immediately just went with the narrative that she did it, and they worked from there.
I've never seen that many people at a pre-trial motion hearing. It was standing room only. Her defense team displayed this photo to the judge. They say the wounds seen on John O'Keefe's arm are not from Reed hitting him with her car. They say they are dog bites.
Every single minute wasted going after Karen Reed is time that could be spent going after the actual people who killed.
Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life. Family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. There's now a movement that's been started by someone up in Massachusetts, goes by the name Turtle Boy, protesters screaming to free Karen Reed from these charges. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
I do admit it. She didn't admit to it. Karen Reed and her family will never, ever quit. Not until John O'Keefe's killers are brought to justice.
People stood out here in front of the courthouse for hours to make their point that they support her.
Not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
The reason you're seeing all those people outside, those are well-educated people. Those are smart people. They have jobs. They are just outraged that the institutions that they have put faith in, these are people who have supported the institution of the police and the district attorney's office who feel lied to and betrayed.
I've never written a story like this that has gotten so much interest and outrage from people. Like, if I died tomorrow, this movement would go on. People would keep protesting. I'm kind of like the leader of the movement, but it's taken on a life of its own.
Something very important has come to light just yesterday. It directly bears on this issue.
What?
The U.S. Attorney confirmed that not only has there been a federal investigation of this case, but it is ongoing. Because in good conscience, they can't allow this case to go to trial.
How do you feel today went?
Today went great.
Karen, how are you holding up?
Awesome.
Karen, what do you think about the supporters out here for you?
I'm very grateful, Matt.
Any comments for the supporters?
Thank you.
The genie cannot be put back in the bottle.
We're going to play this video. This should it's a recreation of Karen Reed's journey. This test that Richie and I did back in the day. This should bring us to about 2.
All right. We are in Stoughton, Massachusetts right now. A little stealth mode. We're doing some on-the-ground investigative journalism here. We're going to be driving the route that Karen Reed took. We are right now in Stoughton's that way. Yeah. I mean, Canton's that way. We're going to be starting off at CF McCarthy's, which is where their fateful night began. He got there first, and then she met them there at I want to say 10 o'clock. They had a couple drinks there. They went across the street to a bar called the Waterfall. They had a drink or 2 there, or 7, as the prosecution would say. And from there, they went to 34 Fairview Road.
At the light, turn right.
So we parked in Stoughton just because we don't want any shenanigans, just in case the Canton Police Department. No offense to them. I just don't really trust them right now. Maybe we can rebuild that trust down the way somehow. But I'm guessing that I'm probably not that well liked in this town right now, and that's fine. That's to be understood. It's also I'm not driving because I feel like they'd look for anything to jam me up if they could. So I parked my car in Stoughton, and we are now taking a right, and I believe this road will take us directly into Canton. So next stop, Canton. There we go. I've been told by people that, there we go. That you really need to see the lawn. Like you need to see it to understand how small it is, that it looks bigger in pictures, and that when you actually see 34 Fairview Road, it's not nearly as big as it seems. And basically that there's no way that Jennifer McCabe could have missed John O'Keefe's body on that road. So I'm also I'm streaming right now on YouTube, and right now it's an unlisted stream. But if you're watching this later on, it's probably because I made it public. So you'll also notice I'm looking down here this way because we're working on a documentary. I'm not driving right now. Got my documentary in, working behind the scenes, and I think it's good because I think this story is going to be historic at the end of the day. I think that eventually Karen Reed is going to be exonerated in this, and that the people who did this to John O'Keefe will be held responsible. So we're working on a major crime story here, and I want it all documented, done the right way. So, and again, this is how you do investigative journalism, folks. This is the kind of stuff that the Boston Globe does not do, that WCVB certainly does not do. Media outlets like that, they'll regurgitate court documents when they're made, the highlights of them. They will intentionally keep names out of it, like Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert and Colin Albert. You'll never hear those names mentioned in any of their reports, and they certainly won't do what we're doing right now, and that is recreating that fateful drive so you can understand exactly what happened. Stray kids. Oh, they have a little ghetto in Canton. Isn't that nice? A little ghetto. All right. I think we found out where Chris Albert might be living now. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. All right, here we are on Washington Street, the infamous Washington Street. This is the main thoroughway in town. Let me flip this around. You'll notice the Christmas lights all still up. Isn't that beautiful? And we are about to be at CF McCarthy's. Okay. It's bumping in there. Look, it's a good time. Like, who the fuck are those weirdos? Okay. Now, where the fuck is the Waterfall Bar? Is that up here? Let's find out, actually. And the waterfall should be right there. There's the waterfall. Okay, so it's a little secluded.
It's dark. Is that even open?
Yeah, a little different. Okay. All right, so they go there, and now it is 9 o'clock on the dot. So that's an easy time to remember. And we are going to recreate her drive home. Or to drive to 34 Fairview. So let's see. I'm noticing a lot of places here. A corner store there,
train station. A lot of these places would have cameras, not just the Canton Public Library, which is right there. There's the Canton Library. This is kind of like your center of town, if you will. And Karen should have taken a left onto this street. It's called Sherman Street. That would be the most direct way. That way is to Meadows Ave. Right is Meadows Ave. Would be about a mile or so down that way. And so, yeah, we're off. Here we go. Okay. So we're at 9:01 now. It's been 1 minute. Remember that time. So they left at 12:11. And I believe the prosecution said they didn't get to like 12:24. So that'd be like a 13-minute drive. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We'll find out. And the waterfall should be right there. There's the waterfall. Okay, so it's a little secluded.
It's dark. Is that even open?
Yeah, a little different. Okay. All right, so they go there, and now it is 9 o'clock on the dot. So that's an easy time to remember. And we are going to recreate her drive home. Or her drive to 34 Fairview. So let's see. I'm noticing a lot of places here. A corner store there, a train station. A lot of these places would have cameras. Not just the Canton Public Library, which is right there. There's the Canton Library. This is kind of like your center of town, if you will. And Karen should have taken a left onto this street. It's called Sherman Street. That would be the most direct way. That way is to Meadows Ave. Right is Meadows Ave. Would be about a mile or so down that way. And so, yeah, we're off. Here we go. Okay. So we're at 9:01 now. It's been 1 minute. Remember that time. So they left at 12:11. And I believe the prosecution said they didn't get to like 12:24. So that'd be like a 13-minute drive. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We'll find out. Okay, so the temple should be up here on the right. Yes, there it is. Okay. So we're going by the temple right now. The temple was listed by the prosecution. They said that they have video from there showing her drive by at a certain time. Okay. And then she would come down here and she would take a left onto Dedham Street at the next light. Now, keep in mind, there probably weren't this many cars out at that time of night. A little bit different here. Okay. So now we're on Dedham Street. This road eventually will take you to Dedham. That's why they call it that. But hopefully we don't get that far this time. We're going to take a left onto Cedar Crest, which will be the next left. Should be the next left. So not like probably, I don't know, quarter mile down the road. So there's Canton High School. No, John F. Kennedy Elementary School. And then up here on the left should be Cedar Crest. We didn't go down this way before, right? We just kept going straight?
We kept going straight.
That's right, okay. Okie dokie. So now we're cooking. Okay. So,
Stop sign.
yeah, this is okay. There's like 4 stop signs on the street because I drove down it a little already. And very suburban here. So Karen's coming down here saying, "Oh my God, John, why do we have to do this? It's like 12:30. You have to be up in the morning. Your kids need breakfast. And what are we doing? We're in our 40s. Where are we going to an after party? Who's going to be there? Whose birthday party is it? Who the fuck is Brian Albert Jr.? Why are we hanging out with 25-year-olds? That's weird. Okay, I don't know, honey. I want to fit in, My kids are friends with their kids, and these are kind of important people in town to get to know. And, just give me a break, will ya? Okay, John. But only because I love you. And I'd do anything for you. Okay, cool. I love you too. All right, so now we are coming down here. Okay, so yeah, as you can see here, it's a nice area. It's a nice little neighborhood. Probably trick-or-treating is real nice around here. Everything looks the same, especially in the dark with all these goddamn stop signs.
Straight.
Yep, straight. Okay, so what we're going to do, she should have gone left up here on Fairview, but we're not going to do that. She missed the turn, so we need to recreate this. So she's going to come down here. What street is it? I don't know. Fairview something? Where's that? I don't know. Okay, is that it? No, just keep going. No, wait. Hold on. I don't know. Keep going. I think we missed it. Okay, well, maybe you should just turn around up here or something. Okay, why don't you just do a U-turn up here and we'll turn around, okay? Not a 3-point turn though. Those are dangerous. All right.
Right here.
Yeah, just do a little turn around. And it is now 9:06. So we've been it's in 6 minutes. We'll probably be there at 9:07, which means 7 minutes. They left CF McCarthy. They left the waterfall at 12:11. So that would bring us to about 12:18, which is the exact time that she texted him, with the exact direction. So we're going to go right here. So this is right here. So stop right here. So that is where Ryan Nagel pulled up and things got awkward. He yielded to her and allowed her to go right here. So Ryan Nagel is behind them. So now we can proceed. And so she's coming up here and she's like, "Oh, where is the house, John? They all look the same." And indeed they do. And then this is, okay, so slow down. So this is the driveway of 34 Fairview. And she's going to pull up all the way to the end. And it's really not that fucking far. Like, look how close the front door is. That's like 20 feet there. Okay, I don't want to trespass or anything. So she drops him off again, right here. There's a flagpole right there. He would have had to get across the line in the dark. And you can see why Ryan Nagel wouldn't even notice that, right? Because Ryan Nagel would have been right over there by the driveway. It's snowing out. He's going to fucking run to that door right there. He's going to run to that door because it's colder. Get inside, and you can see the lights in the basement down there. He would have gone right into this. Now Karen goes home. So she's sitting here 10-2, allegedly. So remember, the prosecution says she has a broken taillight because she just left him to die in the snow. Okay? She just left him to die in the snow. Now, Ryan Nagel, you saw how close. He didn't see it. He saw her sitting there as he drove by, 10-2, with the interior light on, probably programming One Meadows Ave to her phone or waiting for John to text him back. So this is Sherman Street. This takes us towards the center of town, to the library. At the intersection of Washington
and whatever. Now look at this. There's a fucking. This is an MBTA station we're coming up on here. You're telling me none of these places have cameras? That only the library had a fucking camera? Any of these places could have picked up her taillight camera. Any of them. Like, that, you telling me there's no camera in there? Give me a break. Of course there's a camera in there. There's cameras everywhere. Like, they were driving, guys, through the freaking middle of nowhere. This is the center of a town of 25,000 people. It's not like the boonies. It's the suburbs. Now we are at the library. So this is, oh good, it's stopping. Okay. So you see that, I'm going to turn it right here. We are at the fucking library right now. How do I get that out? So that, I don't know if you guys can see it, is the library. And the camera, I mean, keep in mind, by the way, look at these fucking camera lights. There's fucking cameras all over the place. So she would have gone right by here.
Straight.
Yep, straight. And that camera at the library would have picked up her right taillight, the side that I'm on right now. That would have picked it up. Okay? And then she would have kept going this way to One Meadows. There's Canterbury. He'll be the next right. So this is Meadows Ave. That's their house, okay? And I want you to see how small this driveway is. Just going to go by it slowly. Okay, so don't, just keep going. Don't go too slow. Oh, that's just keep going, keep going. That's his fucking nephew. Yeah, we don't want to be creepy. Okay, so that's his house. And then keep going. And then up here this is where Colin Albert lived. That is the Chris Alberts. They don't live there anymore, okay? So we will just keep going. I don't want to fucking get that kid on film. I don't want to get, okay. So now, okay. So we'll stop up here. We can turn around up here. Okay. So now we're on Meadows Avenue. And she's sitting there waiting for him, and he's not coming. Okay. He's not there. So she's going to sit there, and that up right here, up ahead of us, okay, right there is, that's the Albert house. Okay. So I want to see kind of like, how did they cut across the lawn? Right? Because he said that he used to like cut across his lawn a lot. So I want to see that. I also don't want to get that fucking kid on film. Definitely don't want to bring him into this. Okay. So I need to find Jennifer McCabe's address real quick. I got it in here. Because that's where she went. Okay, 12 Country Lane. That's where she lives. Okay. She lives 6 minutes from here, but we need to recreate where she went. So, okay, I know what we're going to do. All right. So we're going to go by their house, but I want to show you how Colin Albert would have like cut through John's lawn. And I want to show you too how tight it is. So remember in the video, Karen Reed backs up into his car. This driveway is small as shit. And it was snowing and stuff, and she doesn't even realize she hit it, and that's how she broke her taillight. So let's set the scene here. So Karen Reed has come back home at this point. She's comfortably at home. She dozes off for a little bit, and then she wakes up at whatever 4:30, and John's not there still, and now she's freaking out. So she wakes up the niece, and the niece is like I need Jen McCabe's number. Call Jen McCabe. So she calls Jen McCabe, and Jen McCabe is awake for some fucking reason at 4:53 in the morning, and because she has not gone to bed yet. So let me think, do we need to do anything else? So yeah, so then she's going to get in her car and she backs out, and she's going to head to Jen McCabe's house, but not before she takes a quick detour to see if McCarthy's again. Okay, so we're going to go back that way and just kind of follow her steps before we get to Jennifer's house, where she meets up with her and Kerry Roberts. So here we go. So okay, you can stop right here. So where would he have cut across the lawn? So he was a get off my lawn guy, but then, so maybe he went through the backyard to just get closer somewhere. I don't know. It might have been some backyard shit. Yeah. You can keep going. Okay. So this is, as we're going to see here, there's the fucking driveway. Notice how skinny it is. Okay. It's a skinny ass driveway. And he was the Chevy Traverse. Is that still his fucking car? The Chevy Traverse? Okay, whatever. All right, I don't want to creep him out. She's like, oh my God, I'm going to go. Is he at the waterfall? Did he go back to the bar? I don't fucking know. Oh, okay. And she's like freaking out, not thinking right. And she's going to go back down Sherman towards CF McCarthy's and the waterfall. Okay. Now we don't have to like take a left when we get there or whatever, because, we get the point. We've been down there fucking 4 times already. We've seen it. So we're not going to do that again. But she's going to go down there, and she's going to take just a quick glance down there, do what we did, turn around, and then go back towards Jennifer McCabe's house at 12 Country Lane. So she would have gone left there, gone to the waterfall. He's not there. So now we're going to Jen McCabe's house. This is the way to Jen McCabe's house. We're back on Washington Street. This is the road that's going to bring us past Canton High School and past the temple. And we're going to go by 1473 Washington Street, across the street from the police station, which is where Tim Albert lived. Tim Albert. Now you can imagine how she was in a frame, in her mind, according to the defense, in her mind, she has no idea where John is. She's freaking out. Is he dead? Is he alive? Where the fuck is he? And she's retracing her steps. To me, the fact that she went back to the waterfall, it kind of is good for her, because it's just it shows she's fucking freaking out. She has no fucking clue where he is. I feel like if she had known that she killed him, she would have gone right to Jen McCabe's house, if that makes sense. So now we're coming up here, and we should be coming up by the temple once again, by the light. And we'll be passing Dedham Street, where she took a left the first time. But we're going to go straight now, and we're going to go to Jen McCabe's house. And she lives just past the golf course. And we met a guy back there while we were filming, who was just like Turtle Boy.
That's crazy.
That was crazy.
It's pitch dark out.
He was like, Turtle Boy? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. What are the odds? And we had a conversation with him. He's a young guy. He's friends with one of the Albert cousins, one of the ones we haven't talked about, and because there's 6 Albert boys. And here we are at the fucking temple again. You guys can see it over there. And there are cameras there that picked her up. Alrighty. There's the Canton Police Department. There it is on the left. And right across the street is Tim Albert's house with the new pool in the back. Okay? Our old pool. All right. So now we're going to go to Jen McCabe's house. She goes right to Jen McCabe's house here. She meets up with them there around, 5:30 she gets there, 5:15, somewhere in between then. And Kerry Roberts is waiting there with her, because Kerry Roberts lives near Jen McCabe. And they all get in, I believe, Kerry's car together. Okay, go left here. So this is
Old coach.
Yep. And then you're going to take the first left.
Starting route to 12 Country Lane.
So this is Jen McCabe's hood.
Does she still live here?
Yep.
Okay.
And her house will be down here on the left. 3 houses down. Okay.
The destination is on your left. 12 Country Lane.
Okay, that's her house.
Arrived.
What, that one? Yep, the one we just went by. So
The
that's
blue
Jen
lights.
McCabe. Yeah, so yeah, with the blue light. So we can turn around here. So she's going to meet up at Jen McCabe's house here, and we'll see what happens.
What do the blue lights mean?
I think they're doing the whole like Blue Lives Matter shit. Like, so her house is a lot of that shit.
Oh, okay.
Pro police stuff. She really has been pushing that hard since she was involved in the death of a police officer. So this is Jen's house. You can go by it slowly. Whole bunch of cars outside. Notice the blue lights out front.
keep going. Okay, so they're going to get in the car now. They are going to go to 34 Fairview Road. They are going to go to 34 Fairview Road. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Oh my God, is John? Where's John?
So it's Jen, Karen,
Yeah, and Carrie. I don't know, Karen. I don't know, Karen. Did you hit him? Could you have hit him? I don't know. Oh, what's up with your taillight, Karen? I noticed your taillight's a little messed up there. I don't fucking know. I don't remember anything. I had 4 fucking Mai Tais.
Right.
Yeah, go right. I just hope he's okay. Oh my God, what's it, Karen? Are you sure? Are you sure? Like, do you know the? Could you have hit him, Karen? Could you have hit him? Did I hit him? Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I really hope not. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm freaking out. I'm fucking freaking out. Where is he? Fuck you. John, where the fuck are you, John? I fucking hate you for doing this to me, John. How the fuck can you do this to me, John? I'm so mad at you. Pick up your fucking phone, John. Oh my God, why did you have to go there? So calm down. Calm down, Karen. When's the last time you saw him? I don't fucking know. I dropped him off there. And then I just went home. I never came home. He never came in the house. He never came in the house. So I don't fucking know. Is this Dedham Street? No, you keep going. Okay. So that is the way Karen took to get there. Oh, we got Camp Police right now.
Yeah, escort.
I know, we're getting an escort. Okay. And we're going to bear right up here on Chapman Street.
Right, I see it. This one?
Yep. But you saw how much traffic there was on 34 Fairview. I mean, somebody would have enough cars would have driven by there over a 5-hour span or whatever. They would have seen him. Somebody would have seen him, it seems. So Fairview is eventually going to be on the right. I'll tell you when we're getting close.
Yeah, there were a lot of cars that came by. We were there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, and we
6
saw
cars came
it was a
by.
traffic jam we were creating. So there's Steeplechase Road, so she's freaking the fuck out right now. Oh my God, where is he? What's going on? So the purpose of now, so now they want us to, so I want you guys to, what I want to show is I'm going to come up and I'm going to get out of the car actually, and I'm going to run up and I'm going to lie down, okay, where he was. So once we pull on to 34, Fairview will be the next right. All right, so here's Fairview Road. So they were coming from this direction. And again, they're looking for John. They haven't seen it yet. So Jen McCabe's probably nervous as fuck right now. She's like, oh my God, I have to pretend I don't see it. I have to pretend I don't see it. And I am going to lie down in the road, or not in the road. I'm going to lie down where John was lying. And you guys, you could tell me whether or not you believe it's possible for Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe not to have seen the body of John O'Keefe. Because again, only Karen sees the body, which the defense believes is by design. So they're looking everywhere. You know, maybe he walked home. Maybe he walked home. Maybe he got hit by a plow. I don't fucking know. There is a sidewalk here. I mean, then it ends. Okay. Hold on. Slow down. Okay. I want to go by it.
Is this it right here?
I think we're in drive now. Okay. So they would have come. Again, there's long grass, so it's a little different. But you guys tell me if you would have seen a fucking body there. Would anyone have seen that fucking body? So that's the fucking door he would have gone in.
The other thing is the lights aren't on. There's no lights over here because that light would have been on. Maybe.
Yeah, that would definitely would have been on.
It's too dark right now.
Okay.
No one's here.
Yeah. So just so we get a still shot of it too. I'm gonna lie in there. If you could just take a picture of me, I think that the plan. Both McCabe's in their testimony said that we were facing south, like the other way. That there was no 3-point turn. You can go left there and then that way. That there was no 3-point turn. That she just went straight. But then I think when Proctor saw the broken taillight at our house in Dighton, I think that's when he's like, oh, well, we'll just say she backed into him. Because it's like Eureka. That broken taillight is like the best thing that fucking happened.
Yeah.
And so, but it still makes no sense. And a week later, driving down that road, Ken Berkowitz finds fucking more taillight after all those plows go by and blah, blah, blah.
As he's driving by.
Just sees it just in the middle of the road, just sitting there. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, taillight. Okay, cool. Nobody else noticed it for a week, but he noticed it because that's why they call him the chief. He's a very smart guy, smarter than your average cop. And so they said she did a 3-point turn there, which again would have sent her the other way. Like there's no fucking way she would have gone back that way through all that shit that we saw, all those stop signs and everything, because her house is this way. She's going back to One Meadows, so there would have been no 3-point turn. It would have made no sense. She would have gone it would have been, first of all, a million lights. Notice we're not coming on any lights now. Like this way has no, I would prefer this way. Not only is it shorter physically, it's also got no traffic lights except for this upcoming one at the library. And yeah.
Do we know if she had GPS since she was using the map?
I'm sure she was, because she didn't know where it's probably what she was plugging into her phone when Ryan Nagel drove by. So how do we get to Stewart from here, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is the way we came, but I'm not sure if it's.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Then
This is
we'll
going to
do
go
it,
back
yeah.
down this way.
Burger King Stoughton. And there's the library.
So what do you think?
That's the camera right there.
What do you think happened with that footage? Do you think they sent it to the police and the police
I think
edited it out?
I think Michael Proctor saw it, and I think he decided that when he saw the tail light was fully intact, I think he said, we're going to do a little race situation here. And
We'll deal with
just
the
say,
fall
I
from that.
don't fucking know. Yeah, it's like, we'll just deal with it. And
That's easier than.
Adam Lally can explain that one in court.
Right.
Not my problem.
Right.
As long as they don't see that taillight, we're good. They can't see that. But again, she went by a million fucking homes.
Yeah.
One of them.
Let's see if McCarthy's again.
Yeah, there it is.
What is it? What do they close at 1?
Yeah, I'm gonna assume so. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know where you're going?
Not really. But
Okay,
I just remember we came this way.
Is that where it is? Okay, cool.
I think so.
Yeah, that's right. All right, the ghetto. Burger King. Let's see. Yeah, we're 8 minutes away. Let's plug it in there.
Starting route to Burger King.
So what are you thinking about what's going to happen on the 25th?
I have it with the good knowledge that at least three people are going to be subpoenaed by the defense team, and that would be Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Michael Proctor. And I'm told that that even their lawyers, like Reddington, does not have the ability to prevent them from going and testifying, because this is an evidentiary hearing and they are key witnesses in this. Like if there's a trial of Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe is the star witness for the prosecution, the star witness. Brian Albert is certainly a witness because this all happened at his house. And if the purpose of these evidentiary hearings is like so the judge can see, like if this doesn't go well in an evidentiary hearing, it's certainly not going to go well in a trial. And so this could all be used in the motion to dismiss, which I'm sure will be the next step afterwards. They will file a motion to dismiss
based on all of these new revelations, based on testimony that they will give on May 25th. I mean, the idea that we will see those three people in a courtroom in a chair being cross-examined by, sharks like Alan Jackson and David Yannetti is, it's like a freaking legal pants tent. It's like that. I get excited thinking about that. It's
me too.
wild. Like to think about the content we're going to get out of that shit. Like, if you thought the last hearing was interesting, because the last hearing was just Lally rambling on about nothing. And, there was some good stuff there with the pictures of the, the bite marks and everything. That was theatrical. That was interesting. But, man, we don't know. Like, we knew what they were going to say going into it. Like, you knew what the defense was going to argue, that those are dog bites or whatever. But you didn't know going into it. Like, you have no fucking clue what Jen McCabe is going to say on the stand. And she can't plead the fifth because she's not a defendant.
Right.
And so, she can't even plead the fifth. And so anything that she says in this can be used against her if they do charge her. She's in a bad situation. This is bad news for her. I don't know how they're going to serve Brian Albert because no one knows where that guy lives. So we don't know. How can you?
Did he?
But they'll find out. I mean, somebody will find. They'll get it to him.
He moved after he started. This all kind of came out, right?
They sold the house on April 10th.
Okay.
So they got the fuck out of there around then. And as you can see, that lawn is overgrown.
Yeah.
It's spring. So this is right when you're. I mean, I haven't mowed my lawn yet this season. It kind of looks like that. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty bad. So I need to go ahead and do that. But that's definitely the body would have been easier to see than it was tonight because of the long grass and the fact that it would have been a little bit lighter at 6:04 a.m. than it is right now at whatever time it is, 10 o'clock p.m.
Yeah.
So.
And he never came out of the house, Brian Albert.
Never came out of the house.
That blows my mind because he's a cop. All those cops are out there and stuff, and he just stayed inside.
Stayed inside. Didn't come out. I don't know. I mean, there's no way they would have not seen all the flashing lights. Ambulances were there, fire trucks. I mean, there's a dead body in here.
And he's a cop. He'd be like, "What's
Yeah, what the fuck's going on?"
He knows everybody out there.
Yeah, that too.
Maybe that's why he won't come out.
Maybe that's why. Maybe he had a bruise on his face.
Oh,
maybe there was something on, like a mark. Maybe John hit him. We don't know because he didn't come out. Now, they interviewed him several hours later, comfortably, I believe, either at his, I believe it was at the home of, I'm going to have to go ahead and back and read him, but he's either at the McCabe house or his own home. But I'm sure it was a nice, friendly interview. He just gives the details. I mean, the story is pretty simple. He didn't come inside. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And that's it. He didn't come inside. So I have nothing more to add, really. Matt McCabe is the guy that stares out the window for no reason. But everybody else, they didn't see him. And Jen McCabe saw him too.
Left's coming up.
Yep, left's coming up. Not this one.
Okay.
The next one. So, yeah. I mean, you realize how small this town is and how, nothing was more than 2 miles apart there. And you saw that. It took, and I'm glad we documented that. It took 7 minutes to get from the Waterfall Bar to C.F. McCarthy's.
Right.
I mean, to 34 Fairview. Right. And that's with her going the wrong way, turning around, and coming back that way, which she must have done because Ryan Nagel saw her coming from the other direction. So 7 minutes. So that they leave at 12:11, I want to say. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the exact minutes, but it took us exactly 7 minutes. And he's in that house at 12:24. They have his phone moving up and downstairs at 12:24, which leads me to believe it was an ambush. You just come in there and be like, it was just surprise, motherfucker. You talk shit, and then fight starts, and all hell breaks loose. And then they got a dead body. They got an unconscious cop. It's not like they would have beat him for an hour. It would have been over really quickly. Whatever it was got out of control, and then who knows? They weren't supposed to do that. Somebody did something they weren't supposed to do. I think it was Colin,
And I think you're just like, get him the fuck out of here.
Cracked him in the back of the head. That probably ended it, right?
That's exactly what I think. Somebody cracked him in the back of the head. He's got that gash there that is not from a fist. That is from a blunt object, in my opinion. And I'm no medical examiner, but I also know the difference between an abrasion and a gash, which seems to make me more qualified than this idiot who did that one.
Hey guys. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sick. Oh, I just got sick. I was fine last night. I was literally fine. But we are still live. So got a turtle chat here from Ron. Says, Jesus Christ died for all sin. Please stop using his name in vain. Please. Sorry, Ron. I feel like I don't do it that often, but I'm cool with Jesus. $5 from Derek says, was going to give 50, only gave a nickel. And you can blame Lally. Oh, sorry to fuck you, Lally. Sorry. Cost me $45. All right. So hopefully we'll see what happens in this afternoon session. I mean, joke's on them. They thought they won because I was not allowed in the courtroom today, or I didn't not allowed. I might have gotten in. I just wasn't willing to take the chance. You know, wasn't willing to take the chance. And like nobody else would have complained. Like, yeah, I don't know. So here's what we're gonna do tomorrow. I'm gonna have, as soon as the media goes in tomorrow, I'm gonna have somebody. Maybe I'll talk to Tom DeRozier. Let's get a seat set up as soon as the media goes in tomorrow, so that we are first in line for Friday immediately. We're first in line for Friday, and then we will set up rotations. I don't know if somebody can get this going, like a schedule thing. Maybe 4-hour shifts and 2 people each shift, in case one person, like people, shit happens, you know, and if you can't make it, you know, at least someone's going to be there. And if both people come, then you got someone to talk to, you know what I mean? So like that would be dope if we could do that. So let's get that, like, let's team up. Like you guys saw the attack I took today, like doing that, you know, I stood there and took it, you know, that's not in my nature to stand there and take shit like that. Usually I'm like, you know, I don't back down, but like, I am not going to stoop to his level. Like I'm a reporter. I feel like they want me to do that. I am not Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a serious journalist. I'm here covering a serious matter. And that's that. And they'll say, oh yeah, but you go up to Jennifer McCabe and you ask her questions and you call her names. Well, she killed a cop. Like that's I didn't do anything or raped anyone. Stop it. They're just making things up. So, you know, I could, you know, just whatever, you know, like I just feel like I had nothing to gain from stooping at his level. So just let him do it. Let him do it on film, and just be dignified about it and be the bigger person and let him make a fool of himself, period. So yeah. And this whole idea about like, he's intimidating jurors, just baseless, just doxing. No. They bring up the fact that in the Chestnut case, I reported the name of the juror who hung the jury because it's newsworthy. And she refused to do her job. That article was just as much about Judge Kearney as it was about the juror who refused to deliberate, because the judge should have held her in contempt and said, get your ass back in there and deliberate. You got to get back in there. She just let the jury hang. That was really messed up to do to Michael Chestnut's family, to Cindy Chestnut. Good lady. I've gotten to know Cindy Chestnut. She's a really swell lady. You know, what she's been put through is wrong. And like I'm the Cameron Reed guy. I mean, where did Grant come from? Where was he in July for the story? You know, where was he in May, in June, when I was doing the real work? When I was putting that work in. So, okay. So yeah, if you do send an email to Jennifer Donahue, just keep it professional is all I ask. So I don't know if anyone wants to take the lead in like organizing, maybe in the justice group, a post organizing the sign up, or like, is there a thing? Is there like a website we can use for that? Like a sign up, a Google Doc, something? where people can sign up to do a shift. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So just that way, when I get there on Friday morning, I will have a spot in line and it will be guaranteed. All right. So it's 2:08. Nothing's happening so far. I have to skedaddle here by let's see what the commute's like right now. Probably got to get out of here in like 10, 15 minutes tops. Yeah, 1 hour and 19 minutes. If I leave at 2:30, that's cutting it close. So I should leave by like 2:20, 2:25. Yeah, 2:20. Yeah, the sign-up genius. Isn't that what it's called? Sign-up genius. That's the thing. I don't know if somebody's like a leader and wants to take the lead with that. That'd be cool. Yeah, I can start the line at 4:31 on Thursday. Is that what they said? Why not like immediately like 9 o'clock on Thursday as soon as everyone goes inside? I sound awful. That's not good. It just happened. I was literally fine yesterday. You guys watched the show. Oh, Tom CPU talked to one of the court guards and said the line starts at 4:31 the day prior. So there we go. Thursday afternoon. I think we should have Tom CPU taking the lead there. Maybe he could stay there a few hours, hand off to the next guy, and I'll come down and visit. Like I'll go down to Dedham because I'm going to stay in. I stay in like when I go to Dedham I don't stay in Holden, so I stay here in Boston, and I'll just stay here and I'll bring you dinner, something. Let me know what you want. And then, whoever works the overnight, a couple hour shifts here and there, they did it, they did it. If this is what it takes, we're a team, All right. Yeah, definitely. You got to be careful with that, with the trolls signing up. Got to be careful with that. So I don't know what's going on here with this trial. It's taking a while. All right. If not, I can stream from my car. Let's check out the Twitter machine. Yeah, growing a lot on there. Nice to see. I said the only thing I learned today is that Kirk Roberts hates his wife, understandably so. Yeah, it's really messed up what they did to the Cameranos, who seem like really swell folks, to be perfectly honest. What are people saying about the Grant Smith Ellis video? Let's see what people are saying. You punk. You're a punk who got accused as the accused rapist. That you're like, what the fuck? Who writes that? And of course, I could do this too. I could play this game too, where we share screenshots of angry lovers. It's like, but I'm above that. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, there's many things I could share too, but I'm not. This isn't Jerry Springer. Right. And honestly, quite frankly, I'm a little embarrassed. Like I'm embarrassed that I was ever associated with a person like this. I don't want to keep reliving it. I don't want to keep bringing it up. Like I'm clearly above this person. Like, I don't like, I make my own money and, I'm not a complete leech or whatever, on the system. And, it's like I could easily just prove this wrong because these screenshots are all like out of context, right? She missed the part where she was like, "Oh, it was awesome!" Like it was like, you know what I mean? It's just like missed that part. Like it's intentionally deceptive, but like I don't really feel like sharing text messages of my sex life with the person I'm trying to move on from and forget about. Like, why would I do that? So like, let her play in the gutter. She's using Grant as like, a microphone. It's nonsense. And I'm just not engaging because if you engage in it, right, then you're legitimizing it. And it's just stupid. It's stupid. So, I mean, even Suzanne's like, you crossed the line. You know, it's true. Proven liar. Yeah, I mean, we all know what she is. Like, nobody's actually taking this seriously, including the police, who I've already spoken with and confirmed there is no investigation at all. And it's all just made up, completely made up. Pathetic even for your Grant. I mean, he just gets roasted and annihilated on these things, you know? Grant, why do you dress like a homeless bum? Why do you use 3 names? Get folded. Yeah, he wrote that in court, by the way. Yeah, a bunch of Amber Heards. Permanent body odor. It's true. Then this guy could use a few bucks. His 100,000 was frozen by the IRS. Yeah, like people are already volunteering for seats. Like Chloe Albert says, you owe Grant some donkeys after the favor he did to you today. This guy has a parody Twitter account. The Grant Smith Ellis parody account is really good, you know. By the way, neither the Globe nor the Herald are in the room, you dolt. Yes, genius. I'm aware. Like, I mean, think about that. Grant Smith Ellis and Gretchen Voss, neither of whom write for an outlet or publish stories, are in the courtroom, and they're not. All right. The court, I'm told the court is back in session. All right, let's share it. I got like 5 minutes, and then it's going to be briefly interrupted. So you can watch it somewhere else for a few minutes, but I'll be back.
That particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Let me just have a moment.
Yes.
Nobody seemed highly intoxicated.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
For 9
Thank you.
No redirect, John.
All right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I approach the council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes, please,
Yes, right
thank you.
here. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, thanks.
So it looks like they're doing the bar stuff now.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
I would assume.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokithes to the stand.
Oh, this guy. These guys were at the waterfall bar. I mean, they had just on. Make it quick, Lally. Let's make it quick. We don't need like the rounds. Oh, junky dude. Disgusting.
Tori, thank you. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Nicholas Kolokithes, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived here?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in?
My wife and 2 children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina.
And your two children, how old are they?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as an
27 years.
attorney? And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely? Or
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game, if you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity.
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games that evening?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game,
Okay.
as far as where is it that you typically sit when you
So
go to a
I'm
basketball
gonna
game?
put my hotspot on.
There was a group of 5
Oh, fuck.
parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names, the McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team.
Yes.
And as far as that particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
1.
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game,
All right.
anyone else?
I'm
Jennifer
gonna go.
McKee.
I think I left the hotspot in my
And,
car, so it's gonna be down for a couple
How was
minutes.
that sort of, was that communicated
Maybe like
to you?
3 or 4 minutes. I
Person,
don't think you're missing
text,
that much.
phone, or how did you
And
come
we'll
to
be
that?
back on.
It was via text.
You're back.
And so you get a text from